We're in the middle of direct examination. Mr. Lewis, Junior, are you ready to resume?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Jury is ready. Let's bring him in. You want me to give that admonition before you?
One stand, please. Before I play it, yes. You may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Afternoon.
I think where we left off, we had just talked about the photos of the items that you took pictures of at the residence where you located Miss Boswell. After you met and talked with her there, what did you do next as part of your investigation?
So after we spoke with Megan Boswell, we had received information of the address of Ethan Perry, where he would maybe be staying. And so Detective Faraz and I proceeded to go to the home of his address.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
Ethan was not there. We had spoke to his parents and tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to Ethan's parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
More.
And who was present there at the Sheriff's Office when you spoke to Ms. Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Faraz.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Could we use your house to trial our 24-hour bathroom upgrade system? We're looking for homeowners within valid states to test our new 24-hour bathroom remodel service. For extremely cheap, professional contractors will take care of everything. Installation, upgrade.
It's Detective Faraz.
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Ms. Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Be full exhibit.
All right. And if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said in the video. Does everybody understand that?
David. Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby.
But I don't know where she's at, so she hasn't yet or left.
He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas.
He has seen her. I promise you, yeah.
And he went back to where he is.
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know either of those.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is?
No. Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put out like an Amber Alert or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. January the 1st. And he did not take her.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't like, what do you do when your child's missing?
And you told us you were gonna meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. Now, what was that about?
I was gonna try to contact him and get him to meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I like went to go see her was.
How was you gonna contact him? You said that you didn't have a phone number.
I was gonna try to message him from Hunter stuff, get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December,
And then he came back up in December.
right? And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and her went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu
I
and
didn't have
because of the
her.
great mother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen? Where did you drop Evelyn off of you? That you're saying it was happening?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's?
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you gonna put on Amber or anything, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan when you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me like pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
Walk in
The driveway.
what kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now? As far as,
What do you mean?
are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he doesn't answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I believe him off on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him. He's not responding. I've left him voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages, or voicemail she'll leave you.
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And grandma,
My room on?
yeah,
Yeah, well,
I was just wondering if she still live on West Carter's Valley?
she's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's been over to the hotel for the night.
If, let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know, because, like, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just go like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the one,
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but like, as far as I knew, anytime that like, they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step-grandfather, and he would like, all the time ask him about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
okay,
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of like stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here, or went to the Army.
and you don't have a phone?
No, I use Hunter's.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her,
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think he ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times that when she was trying to walk, she was like falling bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they.
Well, yeah, but I
Well,
mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, well, I'm gonna call and say that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, because for one, like, I never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know. Because when kids are bad, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something. Like, and like I said, I know a lot of people disagree, but I feel like you should spank your kids. I'm not one of those people.
Now when you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some for baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only, like, bottles I had for her was just, like, one sippy cup. And it wasn't even, like, a sippy cup. It was, like, one of the kids, like, new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just, like, go buy, like, little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I have baby stuff at, like, a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seats in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were gonna use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, I was gonna take Alexis to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we gonna meet down there since Ethan?
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Yeah, like when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Mars 19's right. I think, yeah, the date's right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me for have custody of her, and I said you'll have safety court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want half custody, we're gonna go to court and it's gonna be set up like the right way. They're not gonna sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did you get mad about that? So when?
It was like the day of Christmas.
When did you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
Whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend with.
To a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It's in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
At Clint's.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicky on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do.
That was Michelle, she's on her way to help to get the phone sorted.
Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me, and there's my supervisor. They're on their way from Keith.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over New Year's?
Mm-mm. Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi or whatever you all said, I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport. Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Lumberlow? You thought he was living in Lumberlow.
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Bluntville, because it's on Memorial Boulevard, in between.
Questions?
So what do you all do when Amber looks out? Like, what's the process after
Well, we're
that?
gonna have to find this baby tonight. And baby is, but it's gotta be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her, you don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you mean?
Or Hunter, do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought
well,
it was her.
well, I didn't know what you called him, was Hunter jealous of the baby because it was by another?
No,
I was just asking, because some people, are like
no,
that.
he's not like that.
Maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We said thoughts like that all the time, and I'd be like, I'll give you DNA test, I know this child's yours.
There's my supervisor.
Ethan and I used to get into it, he used to like threaten to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person, I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you, as an investigator of DCS, continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
yes,
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
no,
Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
no,
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
no,
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
yes,
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
no, no,
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
no,
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And what was that through? Which
That
court?
was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was, interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th.
Yes.
And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
Pedro,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go? Is any remain understanding?
I don't think we need a judge.
Mr. Lewis, oh, I'm sorry. You agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You release your subpoena.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called Casey Salts.
Last name?
Salts, Saults.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about you to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton?
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you just maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or
Oh.
Patricia Kite?
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask the court to acknowledge that. She's identified the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking in kind of in the past tense. It's now closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes, check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to like see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in. And then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for and one for visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually like see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from say 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same from 9 to 12 months, it would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient,
Yes.
including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before,
Okay.
and we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Okay. We're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes,
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
yes,
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
you're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and okay. And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt,
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times
Okay. Do you know what month that was in
early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself
Yes.
of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she had been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn?
Objection, I think we're getting far-fetched here.
I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told. Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit. Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document, see if you can identify it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay, and do you recognize what that document is?
Correct. Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
My bad.
Okay.
The reminder card.
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes,
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019, is that correct?
yes.
So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did. Where
Okay.
she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first
Yes.
time?
No, I've
Yeah.
communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, sir. The full exhibit system.
Permission to publish? Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. Okay. So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was,
And what was her response?
that she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you. I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay, so that would have been December 6th.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep this is one continuous. I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay. And do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Same day.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. It has to be that collective exhibit number 65.
You pulled exhibit 65.
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time of this, okay?
Mhm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry,
December 6th, 2019.
and what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay, and what did you ask her?
Where she was working,
And what did Megan Boswell say?
the chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And is the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from
Okay.
4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh yeah, it does say, and then she's staying after to clean too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that yeah, it was fine that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh, we
Forget-
had
is
went
that,
over
was that
that.
on this slide? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes,
And what does she say to you?
for her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. That's you. Wants the photographs. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger,
Okay, what is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay, is that also fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor. Permission to publish. Again, I'm gonna show it to you one page at a time. Okay, so you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019, is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said
Actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
no.
Okay, so then what did you say?
I said, I need to know. Dr. Pugh is asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay, and what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to somewhere closer.
Okay, and did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
I
to
told her no is okay. Dr. Pugh was just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right. Okay. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera,
Yes.
of the child? Okay. And I'm assuming you personally, you've met Evelyn yourself, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy. So she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit and
Yeah.
it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Warren.
Ms. Salts, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It'd be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Miss Massengill asked you right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mhm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes,
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially, the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
No, you're right.
Can she be released from stand?
Yes, Your Honor. She can be released.
Ms. Sauce, thank you for your testimony today. And you can be released from stand.
Thank you.
State was called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about you is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a?
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
Okay. And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics, we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got Zodex for a couple of days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came with the second visit and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well.
Okay.
She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal, like a
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing well and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay, so meeting normal milestones, nothing that would,
Yes.
as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been her 12, it should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that, but she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see a child regularly during the early parts of her
Yes.
life, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a,
So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her.
Yes.
Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes.
there?
When I sold my practice to when the charts are maintained with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
It's time to get your dream kitchen at Cabinets to Go.
Right now, save on every single cabinet in your design. Up to $175 off per cabinet. Come in today and get your dream kitchen for just $148 per month.
Cabinets to Go.
The chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way
Yes.
she should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or yes.
That's all the questions I have.
You agree?
No, you're right.
Is she free to go?
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena. You're free to go. Next.
State call Paul Miller.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name. Paul Miller. Solemnly swear from testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Speaking.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believe that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes,
correct? Okay. Did he live with you? All right. So did you continue to follow Megan and follow what was going on with
I
baby
did.
Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. How often would Megan post pictures and stuff like that on Facebook?
Frequently.
Okay.
So, yeah, frequently.
All right. Did you ever get to meet Evelyn and Megan?
I
together?
did. Shortly before Halloween in 2000, I guess it was 19. I'd called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her, and so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay. So something that was important to you. You could see your granddaughter, right?
It was a great granddaughter.
Right.
Yeah,
Great granddaughter. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. And you said this was late October 2019. Okay. Did you see Ethan at any point in time that
No.
year?
Not before that. I didn't see him until right before Christmas.
Okay. And what happened right before Christmas?
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift and get to see her, and so I'd set that up with her, and then I found out Ethan was in also, and anyway, ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did. They came in the same time in the same car.
All right. So they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
She told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
so did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
After she left, did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you'd given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house. I said, please send me a video of her opening her gift. And she said she would, but I did not get that. And then later I did text her and ask her if Evelyn liked her gift, and she said yes.
You never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent,
Correct.
that y'all were friends on Facebook,
Yes, sir.
and that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time?
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother,
It did.
that she loved the child,
It did.
and that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her.
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, it's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
So other than up until December, then you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for.
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
He be released.
He can't judge. Yes, sir.
Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and you're free to go.
Thank you.
We'll take 15.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Recess 15 minutes.
Stand for recess.
State ready to proceed.
State is ready, Judge.
State ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Adjourned. You want to get your next witness on the stuff on the way? Stephen Lawrence.
One stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Stephen Lawrence.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I'd mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her. So she had come by to see the building.
Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, was that Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you? The father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit. Yes, I believe that was about the time frame. Yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to the Solon County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up, or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was she was staying with my mom at the time. So I believe it was in Bluntville.
Okay. All right. So you picked her up, you brought her up here, you said up to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her, or what did you do?
I dropped her off and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here, and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. Because, you know, it's just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Did you have any conversations with Miss Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Yeah.
Judge, we don't have any questions.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your testimony. You're released from the opinion.
State would call Audrey Gibbs.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Here in Blountville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we, how
Almost-
frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019, we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and, you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just, yeah,
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
For the most part, it was all right. There's no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, it's you better buckle in, Evelyn, and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt, and just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
She appeared to care for Evelyn.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her.
yeah, definitely.
Good mom.
Yeah.
Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. We would hang out together. We would, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family friendly things. One time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
All right. It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Okay. Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say Evelyn?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn, because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, telling her and Bailey about that, and Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes, and then she just kept saying over and over to me, like, I love you, and just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, eventually I just say like, I love you too, but I was trying to tell a story.
So that was not her normal behavior.
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact.
No, normally, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. Who is Kyrie?
That's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer like, my questions. If I asked about Evelyn, she would just say, she's good, but, she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So
Yes.
do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68. It's Instagram. Yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay. And the tagline there, Maggie_Wood 23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part, that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left, yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYD. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yes, that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWBU, what does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting.
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
Was that a conversation that you all had back on January the 24th into the 25th of 2020?
Yes, and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that is that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. Asked to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is as we look at on the left part of the screen here on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay. I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
All right. Did you continue to have communication with Ms. Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you?
No.
At that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that and went to...
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions. All right. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from your subpoena, ma'am.
Thank you.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins,
Okay, can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Blumpville, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Holston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made
Okay.
in elementary school.
Okay, so would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019. Prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Newly approved.
Okay, Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
We went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mhm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date?
They were in November.
Okay.
Mhm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
100 T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask her, did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay. Bailey, I'm going to pass you a document. If you can, try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize
You
them.
do recognize
Mhm.
that? Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit number 69.
Yes, sir. No. Before we did 69.
I'm sorry, 70.
70.
I'm sorry. What's 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. Trying to make this not. Okay, I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m. and you're asking if it was just Hunter, and what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I feel kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay. Is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10 and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn? Okay, so when you say that's so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says, even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's going to get there. Is that bad?
Okay, and then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What does she say in response to you?
Like, not even an, oh, I like him, content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
the same conversation is still continuing, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 PM now, is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in, I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay, and you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit. And the only time I left was to go get him.
Okay. Last one for this. Actually, there's two more. Sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you?
Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know. I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care though. It didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 PM. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to go. I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to pass you another document for you to take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
Objection.
Thank you. Permission to publish? Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said okay, and then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Mhm. Was that, you were gonna go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay, I know some time has passed. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still.
Okay, so just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay, so okay, that's okay. And then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay. And then same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
At any time during that conversation, did she mention that she had Evelyn with her? Did she mention where Evelyn was?
No.
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. If you could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit so we can all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan.
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019 at
Okay.
12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
Before exhibit 7.
This one's a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay? Okay. So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay. And how does she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday, come back and see me. I love you and have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff. And then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see. Okay. And what does she, there we go. What does she say after that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
The same conversation's continuing at 3:43. Is that right? On December 7th. And okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, what does she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day.
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m. What does she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text. 1 sec.
Okay. And then you say okay, and how does she respond?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay. And what do you say?
We're about to leave the Bojangles in Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I mean, I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll meet you there.
Okay. Still on December 7th. I'm going to probably zoom this one in too, just in case there's jurors who can't see it in their monitors. Okay. 4:08 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? Okay, you'll have to answer
I'm
verbally.
sorry. No.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that
Okay.
they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay. then you respond with a question mark to her. And what does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Is it your understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows.
She can answer it. She knows.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To your knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point. Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you say that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together. And when I say no, they don't bail. And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then. And I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. So same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what does she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay. Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection. We'll do it at 7 o'clock.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay. And then you say not with Hunter. And then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay. I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 74, please.
Okay. Full exhibit 7.
Permission to publish, sorry. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on.
Searching for a reliable used sedan? Shop the area's best selection of affordable vehicles at unbeatable prices. Want a vehicle with low mileage? We have a wide selection in stock and ready for delivery.
House early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay, and what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay, is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay, so on December 13th at 5:06, what does she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay, and then what did she say after that?
I'm upsetty spaghetti.
Okay. Okay, and then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's skit. I'm so ducking irritated.
Okay, is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay, and
It might
it's
have been a
fine.
typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town. And then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her. And then within that time period, he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it. And then at that point, like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay, so it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah, it was within, all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
No.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay, let's see. A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages. Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th,
Okay.
2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 75.
Equal exhibit 75.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No.
confirming that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she
Okay.
didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Try to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm going to go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got out of the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her, then having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was other than what we just talked? Has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Okay. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just like not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Canal Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, like right now, he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all like I think I upset. I didn't mean to.
And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and like dissociated. Like as soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
Just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation. But that time it was just kind of like, she didn't really say much. And then she just kind of went to bed. And then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, like tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
No.
Did she seem scared?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
Like that was like the first time that we ever like spent the night with each other, so I was kind of expecting us to, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was gonna go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do. Those
Okay.
are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And then we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77. I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
76.
Permission to publish. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Right, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And do you remember going to Knoxville with Megan in December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day? I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving. Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
I'm going to pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77.
What date was that? 12?
December 23rd. Permission to publish. Okay, I'm gonna blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. So on December 23rd, at 4:44 p.m. Where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? You with Evelyn? Are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. Do you have water? Okay. There's tissues up there if you need them, okay? Bailey, do you want to take a break or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? We can do either one.
Sorry, I guess I can continue.
One stand, please. You better be seated, thank you. Take about 10 minutes or so.
Do you mind if she steps out for a few minutes? Okay, thank you.
I'm not asking for promise. I'm just saying.
Like 15 minutes?
We probably will have about 5 minutes worth of cross-examination to finish after 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may let them go.
Okay.
Do they have reservations for dinner or just?
I want dinner reservations.
I'm not gonna mess with it.
Yeah.
Are we ready to start back up?
We are ready. We're ready.
Huh?
Nobody wants to come.
No.
We're taking, we need to get this kid. Senior issue, it's hard.
Yeah. We kinda gotta get there before everybody else.
Check with parents.
Let's go ahead and have, Ms. Hawkins taken back.
We call for it.
Yeah. Where did I? Okay, I ended. Thank you.
All right, is state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
State's ready.
Yes, sir.
The jury's ready, Mr. Chairman.
We'll stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
All right, are you ready to try to continue?
Yes.
Okay. So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any like specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna have to speak up, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pass you 2 pages. Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow,
And then what do you say?
where's Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
That's your document. And ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan
Yes.
on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Thank you. Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making you work. Okay. Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Just want to make sure. Pass you 2 pages. Same thing, just take a look and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. What does Megan say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020?
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81. Permission to publish. What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
January 2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
There's the relevance.
Okay. I'm gonna ask in a different way, okay? You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, you know, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. You say she was posting pictures. Where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or you know, there was always an answer.
Okay. Actually, one more document. It's 5 pages.
I recognize these.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82. Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. Did you tell me Ethan had her? If she's sick, if he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. I hope we can find her though. I need to just see her. If whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit, okay? You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
Okay. And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn and as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
That conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay? Or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you.
Stuck with nasal congestion? We've all been there. Afrin No Drip is here to help.
Then you ask her, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him. But after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay. Did Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes. On February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day. And she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything. So it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point. So it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay. It's the last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot. Okay. You just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah,
Okay, what is it?
it's a receipt on, from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Echo Lodge yet.
Okay,
I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd, when I dropped her off at Echo Lodge.
okay, so you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay, so did you, for lack of a better term, did you get a room, you pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number 83.
Full exhibit 83.
I don't need that one. I don't need it. Okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
No, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna stop for today. I have to give you certain admonitions every time we end the proceeding for the day. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about this case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case, and you're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. We'll go with the officer.
One thing, please. You may be seated, thank you.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, you'll have to come back tomorrow. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And I'm going to ask that you not watch any of the live stream replay of this. So that the record is clear, I didn't want to say this necessarily in front of you. Exhibit 69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82 were entered as full exhibits over the objection of the defense. Their objection is noted for
Get those numbers again, I wouldn't rewrite that fast.
69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82. We'll be in recess till the case, the jury till 9, we'll be back here at 8:30 in the morning.
So have the witness come back at 9 to be ready at 9.
The witness come back. I think that's what I told her.
Okay.
Court stands in recess.